answer such questions as how might the exercise of self-compassion positively impact individual experiences of the library workplace? How can transformational leadership principles promote a positive organizational culture and help set the stage for worker well-being? What roles do management practices, institutional structure, and worker engagement play in making this a reality? Join us for this interactive presentation exploring these and other questions. Linda Miles is an open educational resources librarian at Michigan State University. Before coming to MSU, Linda worked for 7 years serving various roles in the Hostos Community College Library, part of the City of University of New York. Her prior experience includes 4 years as public services and user experience librarian at Yeshiva University, and she began her career in the library of Lincoln Center Institute, a nonprofit arts education organization. Linda has co-authored the monograph, How to Thrive as a Library Professional, Achieving Success and Satisfaction for Libraries Unlimited, published in 2020. Among other recent co-authored publications are the chapter, Combating Burnout, Positive Transformational Leadership and Organizational Culture, published in 2022 by ACRL Press, and the article, Community College Librarians, Research and Publication Practices. Linda holds an MLS from St. John's University and a PhD in Theater History and Criticism from the University of Texas, Austin. Susanne Markgren has worked as the Director of Texas Services at Manhattan College in the Bronx since 2016. Her prior library experience includes various roles in many different types of libraries, including an academic medical library, a large university library, 2 urban public library systems, a seminary library, a government library, and a theater library. She has served on a national and local committees of ALA and ACRL and has published articles, chapters, and essays in a variety of publications. And is a co-author of Career Q&A, A Librarian's Real Life, Practical Guide to Managing a Successful Career, published from Information Today. And How to Thrive as a Library Professional, Achieving Satisfaction and Success for Libraries Unlimited. More recently, she has co-authored the chapter, Combating Burnout, Positive Transformational Leadership and Organizational Culture. She holds an MLIS from the University of Texas, Austin, and an MFA in creative writing from Manhattanville College. Thank you, Linda and Susanne, for being here. Take it away.
Great. Thank you so much, Bridget. And thank you, New Mexico Library Association. We are so thrilled to be here talking to you guys. That I had other stuff to say, but I think our bios kind of said a lot. I just want to mention that Linda and I have been collaborators for, I think, well over a decade now. And we did write our book, How to Thrive as a Library Professional, which came out right before COVID. But we are so proud of it, and it's, you know, one of our favorite themes kind of overall, which is what this conference is about. It's kind of professional wellness, professional satisfaction. So we are always thrilled to talk about it and to meet new people working in different types of libraries. And the word interactive came up a lot because as we do these presentations, especially more and more online, we always love to, you know, have some interactivity in it and hear your voices and get some back and forth. So we'd love to hear from you guys as well. Okay, so this is kind of our agenda for our presentation, and we're going to start out kind of on the broad concepts about organizational culture, and then talk a little bit about leadership, and then we're going to kind of get more into individual, you know, what can you do in your place, in your institution, and how can you manage like your own self-care, and how can you build your own empowerment. We heard from the last speaker who mentioned empowerment a lot. That's kind of one of our favorite concepts and words, empowerment and engagement. So you'll hear those terms throughout our talk today, because we do think it's important, and motivation as well. And I know he touched on that, and we think that's extremely important, and they all go hand in hand. as we manage our own self-care. And we have links to all of our resources at the end, including our book. And then the book chapter that was also mentioned that we collaborated on is Combating Burnout, where we talk about different types of leadership. So that's kind of going to be interspersed in this as well. Okay.
Okay, so first we're going to talk about organizational culture and institutional policy and how these have an impact on empowerment in the workplace. So a few bullet points here about how organizational culture functions. It's something that helps us make sense of the organization, the structures and the processes. It adds meaning. The speaker this morning spoke about the importance and power of story. Well, organizational culture is one of the parts of the story that we tell about where, how, and why we work. Organizational culture helps us set policies and procedures, thereby determining how individuals are held accountable. It determines how and to what degree relationships and collaborations are valued within the organization. It helps set norms for behavior. And it is part of our professional identities and our sense of belonging within the organization. So I'm going to ask you all to participate in a little chat exercise here. So please take a moment to type 1 or 2 words or a brief phrase into the chat that answers this question. What does empowerment look like in your or in a well-functioning organizational culture, if you don't feel that yours functions particularly well? What does it look like? Emotional regulation, being heard, trust, so important, Gabby. Independence, autonomy and independence, those go together, right? But as Sarah mentions, with support. Safety for advocacy, ideas respected and supported, acknowledgement. This comes back to the recognition that our previous speaker spoke about, right? Necessary resources, belonging, confidence in your own skills, working well with others and lifting each other up. I love that, Lori. I love it. Great. You guys should feel free to contribute further if you like. I just wanted to get a sense of what your understanding of workplace empowerment might be. And then I'm going to now go through some of the structures that might help enable a culture of empowerment in an organization. So what we want is that our organizational culture embodies empowerment. Some of the structures that help us enable that are quote unquote shared governance. Some of you may already be familiar with this term. It's borrowed from academia. And it basically refers to a structure where it's not just the people at the top who are making the major policy decisions, that the people at the top, in a certain way, to some measure, are held accountable by the people below them. So there's a shared sense of responsibility for how the organization works. Number 2, an accountability structure that takes into account individuals' passions and dedication to institutional goals. And that goes without saying. If you have a shared vision, then you have shared goals. Regular review of job responsibilities and workload to avoid job creep. Opportunities for solo work and opportunities for teamwork mixed together, a focus on community building. And again, this takes a shared vision and dedication, a community dedicated to the same purpose. And then quote unquote collective care, which is something that helps lighten the load of self-care. So if we can help take care of each other, then we're not just islands in the stream needing to take care of ourselves. So are there other structures within an organization that might help enable a culture of empowerment, things we haven't thought of here? You can either type in the chat or feel free to raise your hand or unmute yourself. Interest and understanding of what coworkers are doing. I got that in the chat from Kevin in response to the previous question, but I think it does apply here. This means that there needs to be a mechanism for us to know what our coworkers are doing. I have worked in institutions that were incredibly siloed, and the management of the institution liked it that way. They knew what was happening in all of those silos, but they weren't particularly interested in us sharing that information with each other. And that can be really debilitating. Any other thoughts? Oops, sorry. Okay. So I wanted to have a little bit of a group discussion here. And if you prefer to carry that out in the chat, that's fine. We've talked a little bit now about what empowerment, a culture of empowerment work looks like, pardon me. We know what it looks like. We know some of the criteria or some of the characteristics that we're looking for in an organizational culture to make it empowering. So my question now is, when it comes to empowerment and organizational culture, what are some of the things that might get in the way? If you have any ideas from your own experience. Lack of communication, lack of opportunity. Opportunity in what way, Bridget? Were you thinking of something specific? Distrust. Individuals stepping into leadership roles without proper training or guidance from the executive team. People taking all the credit. Opportunities for safe communication, channels of safe communication, very important. Lack of support from the upper management, bosses who are overly controlling. Lack of opportunities to participate. People swerving out of their lane at cross purposes, stepping on each other's toes, perhaps. Safe communication is huge. I agree, Julia. I keep hearing from people who are afraid to speak up, and that is not an empowerment organization. That culture is not empowering. New supervisor learning staff's skills and talents. Kim, are we switching now to the second question? The second question is, how can these factors be mitigated? And I think that your response is one of those mitigating factors. Transparency, support for deep diversity. I love that, Bridget. Support from above, from all levels of the organization. It can be difficult. And sometimes senior faculty and administrators say that they have that type of support in place. Meeting emotional needs and anxiety and feelings are talked about. So not burying those things under the cover. Conversations around the established organizational culture. Transparency in that way can be very important. Thank you, Gabby. Feedback. We're going to talk a little bit about feedback. Great.
Yeah. Yeah, those were awesome. I mean, I think communication is such a huge thing that we're going to be talking about throughout this, and transparency. And I agree, Linda, I've worked in a lot of places that were extremely siloed. And I think communication is such a huge thing. And when someone brought up not understanding what other people do, I think that can really impact everyone's job and mental focus, like if you don't really fully understand what your coworkers are doing. So, and I think there's multiple ways of communication, whether it's meetings, all staff meetings, one-on-ones, and definitely people communicate in different ways. So I think it's behooves us wherever we are in our institution to talk to our colleagues, to talk to our superiors, and to talk to the people above and below us. Okay, so let's discuss a little bit positive and transformational leadership. So let's talk about leadership attributes. And these are two, obviously there's multiple leadership styles, and I'm sure you've heard of many of them, and you've experienced many of them. And we, in our burnout chapter, we really focus on these two types of leadership, positive and transformational, as kind of the what we think are the epitome to combating burnout, which is the focus of our chapter. But it also really comes back to professional wellness and self-care. So what is a positive leader? These are a couple definitions that we pulled, and the bold emphasis is ours, because I wanted to pull out those words that I said would be coming back again and again: empowerment and engagement. A positive leader works toward the empowerment and meaningful engagement of all members of the organization, visibly models an orientation conducive to leadership as learning. The positive leader focuses on empowering others by inviting the participation of all in the deliberations that matter in the workplace, by welcoming diverse perspectives, and that came up in the chat as well, and by adapting based on lessons learned. Positive leadership seeks to increase engagement by building the kind of structures that allow individuals to set and attain goals for personal and professional development and advancement within the organization. And yes, you will get a copy of the slides. So we have that at the end. We'll provide a folder with the slides and all the material that we're covering and more. So this is a definition. It probably sounds wonderful, and you're thinking, wow, who are these positive leaders? Is that do people I know have all these attributes? And maybe they have some. Maybe this is totally aspirational for you to become this type of leader, and hopefully that some of the leaders that you've worked with in your environments have, some aspects of positive leadership. And then the next one is transformational leadership, which is similar, but it kind of goes maybe to the next level, perhaps. Really transformational is transforming, and it's kind of more about change. So authentic transformational leaders expand the domain of effective freedom, the horizon of conscious, and the scope for altruistic intention. Transformational leaders are engaged in the moral uplifting of their followers' staff, in the sharing of mutually rewarding visions, and in empowering others to convert their visions into realities. So really, they are positive, but they're really pushing towards moving and inspiring others to change for the better. So that's kind of the transformational leader. Now, so this next slide, so this goes to our combating burnout chapter. And these are attributes that we pulled from the literature that positive and transformational leaders are supposed to have. And what we did during this chapter, we did a survey, and we got 142 respondents, and we asked them and we said, choose as many as are applicable, but what attributes does, your leaders have? Active, respectful, adaptable, flexible, collaborative, ethical, transparent, empowering, or engaging. And we discovered that the most chosen attribute was active, followed by respectful. And the least chosen attributes were the two at the bottom. I think these might be in order, actually. The two words that we're talking about most today: empowering and engaging. And in the literature, we also, found that these are the kind of the highest empowering, engaging, these are the biggest combatants to burnout in the workplace. And our respondents showed that their leaders didn't really have that. So you can pick from these attributes or pick from other ones, but we want to ask you guys what your perspective, what does a positive and or transformational leader look like? Doesn't have to be what your leaders look like, but what would an ideal leader look like? What attributes would they have? So just in a couple of words in the chat, or if you'd like to speak, unmute yourself. Sorry, I'm losing the chat. Collaborative, definitely. Supportive. Guidance, yes. Open-minded, aware of changing trends in the workforce. Very important, as we're always changing. Communication again, yep. Innovative. Flexible, that's the key. Uplifting, oh, I like that. Transparent, engaging, understanding. Yeah, we hope that all of our leaders are understanding. Clear ideas, again, coming back to good transportation, transparency, open to feedback, uses their strengths to further their professional career. Yeah, organizational values, empathetic support. Okay, these are excellent, excellent. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone, for chiming in. Team builder. That's one of my favorites. I'm a big teamwork proponent. Okay, now we're going to talk about empowerment and how that fits in with the structure. So what it looks like from above, from the middle, and from below the management level. So what it looks like in context. Here are just a few things, and I believe there is quite a bit of overlap with what you all have already put into the chat. So there are open lines of communication, perhaps regular check-ins between the leadership and the people they supervise, openness to ad hoc conversations. I always like this phrase, they listen more than they talk, in certain situations at least. And they provide a safe, confidential space. This leadership features clear expectations. That kind of clarity is perhaps one of the most important types of transparency. It allows you to do your job well when you know what's expected. Transparency in decision-making and in policy-making, so that it's not you sit and do your work and then all of a sudden a new policy is dumped in your lap, but you perhaps have been aware of and perhaps even involved in the decision-making. 360-degree input mechanisms, and I think feedback came up in the chat earlier. So this is actively seeking out engagement and input on key decisions. Participation from those who might be impacted the most. Flexibility. A transformative leader admits that they don't have all the answers and make room for others' voices and input. This has to be authentic in order for it to make a difference. And then finally, working to understand the work, quote unquote, on the ground. And I think this came up earlier in the chat too, getting to know the work that the people who work for you do and understanding that authentically enough that you can make decisions that are related to that work. A few others here. This came up in one of the quotes that Susanne shared, but active, present, and engaged. Building relationships, collaborations, and teams, and making room for those and valuing those. Being respectful, courteous, and kind. I have a quote up here, generous accountability. It means that you are holding yourself and others accountable, but not in a rigid black and white world, right? It is flexible. It understands the humanness of those involved, but still insists on striving toward accountability. Recognition of the whole person, not just the work person. Seeing your colleagues and supervisees in this way, not just a cog in the wheel. You are not your job, although your job may be part of your identity. Recognizing and celebrating effort. Again, one of the main themes from earlier today in the earlier presentation. And then I think that a transformational leader models work-life balance so that those people who work with and for them understand that that is valued all the way around. So this is something I would like you to think about. We're not so much doing a conversation in the chat as a little bit of journaling. So if you have a piece of paper and a pen, perchance, or if you'd like to open up a window on your device and do a little typing, a couple of questions for you. From your position in your organization, whether that's a very hierarchical organization or a very horizontal and flat organization, how can you help enable or make room for or smooth the way for transformative management behavior? It's okay to acknowledge in your journal how this enabling may be very, very difficult from your position or seemingly impossible. But we'd like you to reflect a little bit on it and think about possible ways to have an impact. I'm going to give you just a couple minutes and then we will talk about it. Give you just maybe another half a minute to finish up your thoughts and your journaling. Okay. Would anyone like to share any thoughts you might have about what you can do to help enable transformative management in your organization? Kevin says, asking questions of coworkers that answer questions I have, but also give coworkers opportunities to shine. So opening up those conversations, that sounds amazing, Kevin. Being forthright about expectations, needs, and ambitions. That kind of honesty, I think that's great. I think it's great both on a personal, individual level and also on an organizational level. Melissa says, seeking exposure to other roles and gaining an understanding of what goes on in other areas. Yes, Melissa, break down those silos. You don't have to be the boss to do a little silo bashing. From Gabby, embodying the traits of this leadership style when possible to model and experience the benefits. And I think that we can all be models within our organization of the kind of behavior that we might want to see from others and the kind of benefits we want them to enjoy. We can model all of those things. From Leda, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. We can all attempt to improve communication, which includes listening, practice active listening. And from Bridget, shadowing other people in their jobs is a great idea. Yep. I've had a couple roles where that kind of shadowing was a part of my orientation, and it's so valuable, even in areas of work that I have nothing to do with in my role. From Aaron, appreciate leaders' work constraints, avoid rumors, don't badmouth leaders, ask questions. I think the don't badmouth leaders would serve for our colleagues as well. But asking questions, be curious about what's happening in your organization, what can happen, what is possible. Martha, showing a real face commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace, valuing and acknowledging contributions of these employees. 100%. So did any of you feel that it was difficult when you considered your position in the organization? Was it challenging to think of strategies that you might use? Gabby says yes. We're not necessarily used to thinking in that way. We're not necessarily used to thinking about what can I do to influence the people above me. Joanne, yes, because I'm the only librarian in the organization serving our agency. I've been there, Joanne, the one-person show. We're not used to necessarily thinking of ourselves as being influential among our colleagues or in our workplace. And I think Susanne and I would like to encourage you to try on this perspective a little bit. Here's a comment from a management perspective. As a manager, communicate your transformative style to your upper management. Be the example. Middle managers have a lot more power, I think, than they think they do. And they should be aware of that, and they should be using that. Okay, thank you everyone for participating. Much appreciated.
Yeah, that was great. Just to comment on that too, I think if you have ideas, bring them to your colleagues, bring them to your supervisor on ways to do team building activities. Because a lot of times your supervisor might not think of it or might not see that, oh, that would be helpful for the staff as a whole. So it doesn't hurt whether or not you're in middle management. I would say share your ideas and whatever you can do if you see a need that perhaps can be alleviated with some kind of team building activity, voice it, definitely. And I am in middle management, and when I started, my boss had started a few years before me, and there was never any full staff meetings going on before that. And my colleagues and I thought, well, that's kind of weird. Why not have at least once a year, ideally twice a year, have an all staff mandatory meeting where everyone can talk about what they do, talk about their jobs, talk about their accomplishments in the past semester, the past year. And we've had that ongoing for many years now. And we've also identified one person to receive an award, once a year, kind of an employee of the year, kind of, but just to celebrate their achievement. And that has been a extremely popular kind of team building, and everyone is so supportive. So, just little things like that can mean a lot to, the overall wellness of your workplace.
I wanted to just jump in real quick before you go on, Susanne,
Yep.
because when I got to my previous position, not where I am now at Michigan State, there were some pretty well-constructed and strong silos. And it was also a very horizontal structure. And I came in with a general title, and I found that all of the jobs, all of the major sort of categories of responsibility were filled already. So I was sort of left with nothing to do. And I'm a very collaborative person. I'm a very sort of team leadership person. So I proposed to my chief librarian that I develop a teamwork project. And I developed 2 or 3 different teams and invited people from different areas of the library to work on these teams, each of which was focused on a particular issue or problem that could be addressed for the library. For instance, outreach was one of the big ones, communications and outreach. So we had a team drawing people from all across the library to work on this particular issue. I think building bridges wherever you can is always a great idea.
Totally agreed. Okay, so let's move on down the line to a little bit more individual self-care and self-compassion. So this is a quote from our book. So these are kind of key concepts that I'll get into in a minute, but taking steps to increase confidence, mindfulness, and self-compassion can help us better understand and objectively relate to our emotions, successes, and failures. It helps us develop a more positive outlook, avoid unnecessary conflict, and connect more fully with the world around us and the people in it. So these are kind of broad concepts that we've touched on a little bit, especially the first one, which is why it's number 1. And these are things that could be already part of your organizational culture or tied into your workplace, which would be amazing. Probably they're not all there. So we invite you to also look at these as individual self-care and how can you do better as a person as you think about these kind of important things that hopefully are or maybe will be part of your workplace environment. So communication, obviously open lines. We can't stress that enough. How can you help to develop these open lines of communication? How can you voice your own ideas? What are the channels? What are the different channels? Who do you go to? Who do you talk to? So think about how the communication works in your workplace. Professional autonomy, which can be very important. It's, giving you the responsibility to determine how to do your own work. Professional autonomy can encourage creativity and innovation. And generally, it does lead to better job satisfaction when you have that kind of empowerment, I guess, to take control of your job. It also allows for more flexibility, which contributes to self-care. Professional development, obviously very important in any workplace. Training and ongoing training, not just for the new employee. I think ongoing training throughout your whole professional career is important. As we know, things change, workflows change, technologies, systems, concepts and trends change. So it's important to be part of professional development, no matter where you are in your job. Mentoring is networking is the next one, is also a big thing. And I think networking for me has really been a major important factor of my entire professional career. Getting out of my place of work, meeting people from other organizations, other institutions, people who may have the same job I have, but are working in a totally different environment. Meeting Linda and I never worked together as colleagues, but we've been really tight collaborators. And, you know, because of what we've been doing this past decade, it's really shaped, I think, our career pathways and really helped to move us to the next position. And mentoring. So mentoring is also a huge thing. So mentoring as a new professional, what kind of mentoring is in place at your job? Is there any kind of formal or informal mentoring program? It's not just important for new employees. I think it's important for veterans to be involved in mentoring, because I think it goes both ways and you learn a lot from new perspectives and new people coming in. And I think you can form incredible bonds, lifelong bonds with people in a mentoring type of program. And it doesn't have to be formal. It can be an informal mentoring relationship. And then time, like this is your time. This is your time to be a professional, to take time for yourself, to do some of the stuff that you need to do in order to be the best professional that you can. And it takes time to learn new things. It takes time to gain confidence in your role. It takes time to network, to do all these things above it. So make sure that you can carve out that time for yourself. And this is extremely important for that self-compassion part of it. And then use that and then celebrate the time well spent. Okay. So this next slide is positive habits of mind. So this is something that we talk a little bit more in depth in our book, in our self-compassion chapter. And it was adapted from Costa and Kalik from a book they put out in 2000. They have a website now that's also linked in we've linked it in our citations in the back. And they have many more positive habits of mind. It was originally kind of geared for educators, but I think it pertains to really all of us, anyone. So these are some that we pulled out that are just kind of personal things, reminders of our own kind of internal habits. So persisting, so seeing challenges as problems to be solved, managing impulsivity, so pausing sometimes to consider other people's perspectives, other solutions, and then kind of pausing to get your thoughtful response prepared. Listening with empathy. Empathy came up in the chat earlier. That's huge, I think, in the workplace, because we never know what other people are going through in their own personal lives. So you kind of have to read between the lines, kind of look at their emotions and body language. Thinking flexibly, being open to new ideas, taking responsible risks, being open to uncertainty, which is always around the corner, as we know. Finding humor, being able to laugh at yourself, laugh at mistakes, being open to making mistakes, I think is extremely important. Thinking interdependently, so act socially, develop cooperative problem-solving skills can be extremely important, especially in today's world, I think. And remaining open to continuous learning. So that goes back to like professional development, and view these challenges with anticipation and not so much with fear or defensiveness. So trying to kind of open your mind to this continuous learning environment that I think we should all be part of. Okay, so there's an exercise that we've done before in the past that I think it was adapted from EDUCAUSE many moons ago, but it's called the Peaks and Valleys exercise. So we want to take just a few minutes here again to do a little bit of personal journaling and thinking about what makes you the most energized in your job, What is the thing that makes you the most happy? What makes you want to go to work? And this could be something, maybe it changes daily, maybe it changes weekly, and maybe it's been consistent throughout your career or in this one particular job that you're in now. So just jot that down, because sometimes we don't really think about that. So it might be an aha moment, like, oh wait, this, or right now, this makes me the most happy. And then after you've done that, think about what is the most draining. What is your valley? What aspect do you not like? What aspect of your job do you actually dread? And just take a couple minutes, write that down, and then we'll come back and see if anyone wants to discuss or put in the chat. Okay. Does anyone want to share or talk about what is the most energizing part of their job? What's your peak? What's your valley? Or put in the chat. Okay, if you don't, maybe it's with us. Learning is energizing. Oh, colleagues who share my values and want to work together towards a goal. Good one, Linda. Being surrounded by people who all have the passion for their work and truly believe this is their calling and not a job. That is what I have every day I come to work. Oh my gosh, you must work in a wonderful place, Robin. Having projects I look forward to working on, yes. I agree. I feel like mine changes a lot depending on the project. So when you have a very project-based position, some projects can be super fun and others can be not so great, but you have to do it anyway. Okay. Coworkers, open to collaboration, connecting with colleagues and community. Building ways for these connections to be smoother and easier to continue going forward. Energy draining, non-work related conversations. Yes, definitely. Helping students, great colleagues. I see like the big theme here, I think, is colleagues. I think that's so important to have like a, what is it? A workplace like best friend or a friend group within the workplace. It's super important. I think if you don't have that, it can be very draining. you feel like you're alone. Other people, yes. Seeing staff achieve goals, reset together, yeah. I think it's important to have goals as well. We didn't really talk too much on that, but I mean, at my place, some places I've worked, they don't have that as an institutional thing or even a departmental thing. My workplace now, we have our departmental goals that we have to give every year and, you know, give to the higher ups at the institution. And I think that's very helpful for everyone to be on the same page and we collaborate on what are our goals this year. In fact, it's that time right now, we're doing that. Like, what are our goals for the next fiscal year? What are the most important things that we want to accomplish? And how do we get staff motivated on that? But even if you don't have that as a formalized thing at your workplace, I think it could be something that you could do informally to talk with your colleagues. Like, okay, what are we going to do this year? What's our main goals? How do we engage students? How do we engage with our community? What are ideas that people have?
Yeah, sometimes just asking the question of a colleague, what do we want to accomplish this year? It doesn't have to be a formal goal setting structure for it to have that impact.
Yeah, these are great. And just as I mentioned before, we do have links at the end, and we have a folder that we're sharing with y'all. And this activity, we're sharing a lot of our activities that we include in our book. So that activity, which is more in depth, is included in the folder. So it's something that you could perhaps do with your colleagues or at another place in a networking or team building activity.
Now we're going to roll up our sleeves and think about taking action. Actions that include doing, advocating, and influencing. So first, and I know I keep coming back to this, but I want you to think about your place within your organization. And this is important because understanding your organization and your organizational culture and where you fit into it and how your perspective is valuable there is really important. And I just want to, as an aside, say how much I love these images of the balloon festival. Love, love, love. So picture your context, your institution, your organizational structure or culture. Where do you find your place in that picture? Which hot air balloon are you? And now we're going to do a breakout room activity. It's not too intimidating. These are the prompts that we're going to share with you. Whoops. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to put in the chat a link to a document that you all should have access to that has these 5 prompts in it. Maybe you want to talk about these a little bit while I set up these breakout rooms, if you don't mind.
Are you able to do that, Linda, or do you want me
Yep.
to go ahead?
Nope, I got it.
Okay.
Except I almost set up 100 breakout rooms. That would be bad. Okay. The rooms are created. So you're going to be talking together about from where you sit in your organization, from your hot air balloon, what is within your power? What actions could you take? What steps can you take? What can you advocate for? How can you influence? And what relationships could help you in this effort? And I am going to open the rooms in a second. Susanne has put the questions in the chat right now. She's also put a link to the document that has those questions. So if you don't mind, click on that link before I send you off to the rooms, so you all have access to that. All right, here we go. It'll just be probably a few minutes, and then we'll come back and have a final conversation. We'll give you access to all those resources, and there will be plenty of time for questions and answers as well. Here we go. You should each have seen a little prompt to click a button to join the room.
Linda, if there's one person in one room, we shouldn't move that person.
I am working on that.
Okay. Yeah, some people might have stepped away.
So, yeah. Okay. So it should be. So I don't think anyone's alone anymore. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see any one person. Okay. Yeah, that is a bit different. They have changed how they do breakout rooms.
So if you are concerned about not being able to speak, you can always use the chat in the breakout room. I should have mentioned that. So Gabby and the other person, you can go ahead and go to your room and just use the chat instead of the microphone. So there were conversations happening in all the ones that I popped into.
Awesome. You want to leave it another minute or two?
Yeah, I think we have until 1:45, right? So let's wait till 1:35. So we're just waiting for folks to come back in from the breakout rooms. Okay. If you want to use the chat or you want to use your voices, either way is fine for us. What have you come up with? What are the steps you can take? What can you advocate for? How can you influence? And what relationships are key? We would love to hear answers to any of those prompts. Eileen says power is in communication. Beautiful. Anyone else? Connections with other parts of the organization and community. Thank you, April. Modeling accountability with respect and nonviolent communication. I hadn't even thought about violent communication. And I feel for anyone in a situation where that is part of your culture. Respect is key, right? Recognition and respect, as the speaker this morning mentioned. What need is not being met? Interesting to think about. Steps you can take. It's sort of been a litany during our presentation here. What is your position? What is your perspective? Where do you stand? How are you empowered? And I hope that that has come across. That's what our intention was, that you think clearly, and perhaps more intensively than you have in the past, about what is within your power, what we can do better for them. One in my group noted, not a lot of power, but works to be her best self and best communicator. And to me, that speaks of modeling to management as well as subordinates. I couldn't agree more, Julia. Thank you to the group member. That's great.
Another one of our favorite topics is informal leadership. So it just reminded me of that. And we're big proponents of you can lead from anywhere in the organization. You don't have to have power. It doesn't have to be a formalized position of power. You can be a leader no matter what. So.
Okay. So this is just a little bit of information about our book. I'm putting the link in the chat. One of the resources we're going to have for you in just a moment, it includes a discount code in case you're interested in the book, but you can learn more about it with the link. That link I just put in is the book, and then we have a blog. I will admit we haven't contributed to the blog recently, but there is more information there. And we have a list of our citations at the end here. And now we just want to thank you so much for being so receptive and so participatory, and for really thinking about the questions we're asking you. And now, do you have any questions for us?
Thank you so much, Suzanne and Linda. We appreciate you sharing your expertise, and you showed us some really great interactive teaching tools as well.
It's been our pleasure. This last link is the promised resources. It has the slides for this presentation, the discount flyer for the book, and also worksheets for a number of exercises, many of which we did not have a chance to do today, but you will recognize some elements of a couple of them if you look through them.
And please feel free to email us if you have other questions or think of something later on.
Thank you so much, Suzanne and Linda.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for attending and our speakers today. We will be taking a break until 1 o'clock, at which time we will be addressing thriving at work, nurturing professional wellness. So we hope that you'll come back and join us at 1 o'clock Mountain Time. Hope to see you then. Enjoy your lunches.
Oh, okay, and those we can just, I think those we just. Okay, I'll look at them. If I think they're not heavy, I'll just put them in the processing room as is. And I look Harry, I say, you know, give me 15 minutes to get this audio book, and it's okay. He just goes and sits and reads quietly. Pakistani or Indian. Because this grandson now has to come in and say hi to me when he comes in, which I think is terrific. But yesterday the grandfather asked me about Knife by Salman Rushdie, which is on my list to order, but I'm really annoyed at him because it made me realize I had not actually done the book order. I just got a big cart full of stuff. Damn you. Remind me about doing my job. Well, someone else is out. Yeah, sooner or later somebody would have made me aware. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, it was in my cart. It was just I have not done the book order. And now you've reminded me of that. Oh, no, they want you to take this stuff. Yes. Okay. Right. Yeah, if you have a library card and a Kindle or a phone, you can download it to those and do that. Oh, take care of that. Thank you. You're the person we think it is, you sent a donation and you typed in, you wrote your credit card number down on the form, but you didn't send us your CCV, the security code on the back, which means we can't make it work.
You want me to give it to you?
If you, do you have a credit card with you?
It's not off the car, but I know.
Well, let me,
It's 928.
okay, we'll take care of it then. Thank you. That was, and they didn't leave a message because she got an error message when she was trying to leave a
The
message.
phone, yeah, the phone is a little dicey, 928.
928. Okay,
928.
all right, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
I can get that taken care of. Both of the little ones seem to be working right now. So the little ones with the screen, yeah. Celine kept swearing weren't working, but they were. Yeah. Return the one I use all the time, so that, okay. So that leaves us with 5, and I just think these guys are probably too old to be effective. Yeah. Hang on to some of the. These guys, I think, might be worth hanging on to for a little while. Oh, yeah. Well, these are they. Yeah, and the other thing for these little ones, they only use. I mean, they've got the thing that plugs in their own unit that plugs into the wall, but they only use the. You can't plug them into anything but this at this point because it's. So. What? Do we? I'll take it. Raspberry line. Okay. Now you have put the chick in my head. What? The chip? You ever seen that cartoon in the red? Oh, yeah. His battle cry is boom. And you let everyone boom. I'm more sympathetic to Arthur's battle cry. Not in the face, not in the face, not in the face. No, I'm checking the thing. When I get Harriet had it, but this one doesn't have, I can't find anything that will connect this to power. I can't, I can't find that adapter. Oh, there, it may not be in there. Yeah, no, I mean, I know what I'm looking for, but I can't find one, is the. And I took all the wires, all the cords out of the bag before putting them out yesterday, so I know that I didn't throw away something that the cleaning guy has now dumped that I'm upset about, but. So my guess is someone probably doing. They turned it was not the right adapter. Yeah, even to her to get it on the use. I kind of suspect that if I did get Harriet one without a power adapter, the fun but yeah, but I don't know that everybody would. So I thought, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, but now changing the iPhones to take the USB-Cs. Yeah, they do. Yeah, and I think I might have a spare at home. I think I bought one, a spare in case I lost. The one. That Jeeker came in yesterday and he's like, I've got a Tesla. And my phone is my key. And my battery is dead. And I said, that's an iPhone. I don't know if I can charge it. And I said, no, it's a new one. It takes the USB-C. I got it charged and I'll try to get in the car. That's real. I mean, not that I was planning on going out and buying a Tesla tomorrow, but that kind of thing is really good information to have. Yeah. Well, and you can't, there's a lot of ones that you do that with. And apparently there's a charging port in the car, or charging deck in the car, but you have to remember to put the phone on the thing. Or not be running around town all day with your car parked somewhere and running down your phone. So. Oh, yeah. I mean, even if I've been listening to an audiobook all night with the phone unplugged, it makes a noise when it hits 20%. You tell me it's time to plug the phone in. I try to get it before it makes a noise. And I too have had these crap I didn't charge this. Okay, but yeah. The more dependent you are on it, the more you need to remember to charge it. none of the nanos have been checked out since 2016. Yeah. And I'm gonna, there's a nano that's on the list that I can't find in there, so I'm gonna, well, unless it's the, no. I'm gonna weed it too. Hello. There's several checks in there. And when the guy came in, and if you still have his information, his security code is also in the blue bag. He gave me his security code. And he said, yeah, his phone's on there. Oh, I was just about to order that one. Thank you. No, he said his phone is dodgy. So. I didn't. A patron who comes in and copies stuff and occasionally needs help, but who is not really a problem. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm always such a problem. I'm sorry, I'm always so difficult. These flowers. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well. There's only more problems. Well, I mean, most of her problems have been, she doesn't know how to use the technology. You explain the technology and she's good. Or the technology has gone nuts. And so, no, she's not, she's not the, no, she's actually really not like, it's the people who aren't a problem who think they're a problem and the people who are a problem who think they're just fine. Yeah, no, she's easy to deal with. Yeah. Okay. Oh, right. It's a staple removal. I really, I have a staple remover here in my desk sitting there. Yeah. Your doctor would be thrilled. Don't say I didn't help her. Chase down that woman who just walked that way, okay?
You want these? They were saying that's not fair, so.
I'll take care of that one. Okay. I gotta take care of that. Yeah. Yes. Okay, I've been kind of, not following Trump's trial, but, skimming the news about it. I did not realize that the National Enquirer guy's last name was Pepper. I missed that completely. Oh. So they could be anything. Find a javelina.
Oh, yeah, that's what I want.
Yeah. I was just lucky I could remember the word, just half the time I can envision them, but can't remember what they're called. I mean, not that I spend tons of time thinking about Halloween is, but. Well, it's just such a New Mexican, I mean, not just New Mexican, but it's such a out here animal. Yeah. Famous are in New Mexico are too independent, won't pose for photographs. Evangelical preacher and former Arkansas State Senator Jason Rappert has asked public libraries to report whether or not they have any books that he doesn't like and demanded that the books be banned. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's, that, I mean, I'm not reading the article, but, is that in Arkansas? Is that everywhere? Yeah. Yes, yeah, all of the. Don't come here, don't read them. Getting better. The Fremont County Commission is threatening to take over the local library board by May 1 if the library board doesn't update its policies on sexually graphic literature in the teen section. Baker County, Oregon Library preemptively updated their policy for challenging materials, including a limit on who could submit challenges, adult county residents with a library card. How many challenges can be submitted each month? One. And impossible fees on the library can impose for anyone who submits more than 3 challenges in a 12-month span. I like that. I saw an article that said in the honor of the 50th anniversary of Zen and the art of motorcycle maintenance, and is planning on recreating the historic ride. So I sent the book club the link to that, because all of them hated that book when they had to read it. Well, when it came out, everyone was good. But I guess when people decided to read for the book club, it didn't work for the book club at any rate. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, no, 50 years ago. So it was, there may have been a lot of things. Yeah. 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 You know what? So you're not, there's no financial gain. This is. Small children are going to run around and find pictures. And possibly adults are going to run around. a little people, but he helped us.
Conference. We have 2 sessions this afternoon. Our first session is with Melissa Munn. She will be addressing thriving at the workplace, nurturing professional wellness. Melissa has over 20 years leading, training, and supporting staff in a variety of environments. She has a degree in criminology with 10 years working in social services before joining the library industry. She has spent most of her career focusing on creating healthy and safe work environments for staff. Her presentation today will explore the importance of professional wellness in achieving success and fulfillment in your work. We will delve into practical strategies to maintain a healthy work-life balance, manage stress, and prioritize self-care. By taking proactive steps to support your well-being, you can enhance your productivity, creativity, and overall satisfaction in your professional journey. Join us to learn how to cultivate a professional wellness and unlock your full potential in the workplace. Melissa, thank you for joining us. You should have the ability to share your screen at this point.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for the introduction, and I'm really happy to be here and talk about this. I forgot that I had sent you my introduction, so it's kind of exciting that I don't have to go too far into that. But currently, I just want to give some background. I work currently for the Pierce County Library System as a customer experience director for operations. So I oversee 19 of our branches and all of our staff and supervisors. I support them. Previous to coming to this location, I worked for 10 years at King County Library System, which is outside of the Seattle area. I was there for 10 years, and I was directly supporting staff, working very specifically around patron behavior and security issues. So I did that for a really long time. And then, like Em said, I was working for about 10 years previous to coming to libraries, and I did all host of things, mostly with young people. I worked in detention. I supported young people that were living unhoused in Seattle, in and around Seattle. I was running a runaway and homeless youth shelter right before I came to the library. So I have lots of experience working in really challenging, hard kind of environments. And one of the things that has been really close and dear to me is really creating spaces where we all feel supported and able to care for ourselves and care for others, because we know, if we don't take care of ourselves, we're unable to really care for others. And so I was excited to be able to talk about this topic in particular because it's really important to me. So I will carry on. This is me and my dog, Brinley. She brings me a lot of joy. She is one of the ways that I stay grounded. And I just wanted to share a little bit. I always like to just kind of introduce the idea that I have a degree in criminology because you know that everybody assumes that if you work for a library system that you are a librarian, and I am not a librarian, which is good and bad in a lot of ways. I've been in leadership the whole time I've worked in libraries without a degree in library science. And so the one thing that I think is really unique around that is that I bring a very different perspective. And that was really apparent when I first started working at King County, that it was kind of a new perspective to libraries, to have somebody that had the experience that I had and the degree that I had. The degree in criminology really helps me, it's theory-based, so it really helps me identify kind of why people do the things that they do, which to me is just fascinating. So anyways, enough about me. Let's carry on. We're going to talk today about kind of learning about professional wellness in general. I looked at some of the presenters that you have today, and I was really intrigued by the first one. So I'm going to have to go back and do some research on the topic that they presented on. But we'll also talk about like kind of identifying what distress looks like, how it might show up for us, why we might experience it, that in partnership with burnout also. Also identifying 3 ways that you might be able to practice some healthy boundaries. Boundaries are key in being able to care for ourselves. And then we'll look at some strategies for what it actually looks like to provide self-care to yourself and care for yourself while you are at work. Sometimes we think it's something that we do after work, or we do something, you know, on our weekends, but we actually we can do things while we are at work to care for ourselves as well. So I want to make sure that we are talking about that. I can see the chat, and I'm happy to answer questions as we go along. I know that we built in some time at the end for Q&A. So whether you want to hold your questions till the end or ask all along, when I see one, if I'm able to pause and answer it, I'm happy to do that. So feel free to interact in the chat with each other or ask questions if you have any that come to mind. So I wanted to kind of start off with this idea of well-being. I think we all have this, you know, what we think or believe well-being is. And then I also, as I was kind of putting this together, I was really thinking about the different layers of well-being. So this is kind of the way that I looked at it for the content and the kind of topic for today, as that there's this idea of professional well-being, which is in a sense kind of the state of being comfortable, healthy, and happy in your work. So we enjoy what we do, you know, it encompasses both your physical and mental health, and basically your kind of overall satisfaction with your career. And then as you kind of like, that's, for me, that's kind of the broader thing. And then you kind of go in a little bit more and you think about employee well-being. And this is more of kind of like a state of balance where employees are provided with an environment to optimize their sense of wellness and impact on the organization. So it's a little bit of the same thing, but in a little through a little bit of a different lens of like, how do we support employee well-being in the organization? And then you even go a little bit closer, a little bit more inner, and it's that the sense of personal well-being. And this is kind of how we feel and how we function, both on a personal level, on a social level, kind of how we evaluate our lives as a whole and how happy or, you know, satisfied we might be with everything that's kind of going on in our lives. So I kind of looked at it in these different layers of thinking about how we think about well-being and what that might look like for us at work. Okay, there's my pointer. There it is. So I think a lot of this will seem pretty, I don't want to make an assumption, but kind of common sense when we think about when we create environments of wellness at work. Like there are positives on the end, not only for our organization, but also for the humans that work with us. You know, we see a rise in employee productivity. People actually want to come to work. So we see this kind of less absenteeism. People are showing up, you know, with their whole selves and wanting to be at work more. We actually see a decrease in the cost that we spend on healthcare, and we don't go, right? We might not have a need to go to the doctor quite as often and those kinds of things. And then we're able to attract and retain employees because we are We are creating an environment where we support and encourage people to care for themselves and make that known and actually create pathways for them to do that. So some of the things that might have impact on whether or not we are feeling like a positive well-being at work is it's important for us to have meaningful and challenging work with in addition to having opportunities for growth. So those are kind of one and the same. I would suppose they go together very closely. You know, when I think about the work that I do, I find it very meaningful and definitely challenging, which keeps me interested and intrigued to come to work every day. I also know that my organization has provided for opportunities for me to grow, not only professionally, but personally, and then in my career as well. So those are all things that have a positive impact on my well-being professionally. Clear expectations. When we know what is expected of us and there isn't this uncertainty of what we are supposed to be doing, and we're not wondering, right, is this what I'm expected to do, helps and really provides the, I don't know, support or you know, what's the word I'm looking for? I've lost it in my brain. The ability for us to have a positive experience at work because we know what we're getting into, we know what our expectations are. So as supervisors, it's really important for us to set those clear expectations. When we honor this work-life balance, which in my world is really, really important, work-life balance to me means that you can leave work at home. And when I go home to my people at my house, I can bring my full self because I was able to leave my work at home. And I can show up for them in a wholeness that allows me to engage with them and be present with them. And when that balance is off kilter, oftentimes I'm checking my email at night or I'm spending hours doing things after work. And really the people who lose out are the people in my life that I care very deeply about, and I don't, it's not fair to them, right? So when I think about work-life balance, what are the things that I need to put in place so that I can leave work at work so I can show up for my people 100% of myself? When I'm able to do that, then I can show up for my work 100% of myself. And that's where I think about how do we find that balance. Autonomy over our work. This is huge, I think, for a lot of people. I think about times when I've been micromanaged and I'm just like, you know, I'm completely capable human, you know, just let me do my work, right? Having some autonomy of what our work looks like, how we do our work, how we frame it, that really provides us and contributes to that well-being, professional well-being as well. Providing access to training opportunities. I was reading something and I cannot remember where I read it, but I can find it if I need to, that a pretty high percentage of people feel that their well-being is tied to how well they are trained and prepared for their work, and then how much their organization offers training opportunities. And I thought that was really fascinating to think that has such an influence. Some organizations offer a plethora of training and have the opportunity to do that. Others don't have the funding or the ability to do that. And I think about, like, what is that impact and how do you balance that so that your people are still feeling supported? And then their quality of relationships with coworkers also is an impact and or has impact. You know, when we have the ability to build relationships with our colleagues and we're supported in building those relationships with our colleagues, you know, healthy professional relationships, it can contribute. You know, when I like the people that I work with or I enjoy spending time with them when I'm scheduled to come and work with them, it makes me want to come to work, and I get a better sense of well-being when I am at work. So some of the things that impact how we feel. I wanted to talk a little bit about what distress and burnout are. They are different and interrelated. So distress is a state of anxiety or strain brought on in response to an incident, usually. And the incident can be a whole host of things. Doesn't have to be like a significant incident necessarily. and this causes discomfort, pain, or even dysfunction. So when I think about that in relationship to burnout, I got this definition of burnout from Psychology Today, and it says burnout is an extended period ameliorated. If stress is short-lived or tied to a specific goal, it is most likely not harmful. So those kind of one-time things that doesn't last very long doesn't necessarily have a negative impact on us. But if the stress feels never ending and comes with feelings of emptiness, apathy, and hopelessness, it may be indicative of. So when we think about when we experience stress or distress at work, how we respond to that is really important and definitely tied to whether or not we experience burnout. And these are two of the things that really can impact how we show up for work, whether or not we're calling in sick, how we're reacting in the moment. For those of us that might be working in branches, in library branches with the public, this can definitely impact how we might relate to our customers. So thinking about what it actually is, I thought was really important to kind of identify and define for us so we can think about it really specifically. All right, so what are some of the things that cause distress, especially at work in our profession? So if we are coming to work and have concerns about our job security, I know right now, I mean, I don't know, depending on the environment that you're in or the community that you're in, your library is based on funding like mine is with property taxes and levies and all of those things. It feels like I don't have control over that. So there might be this sense of maybe not feeling safe in my job, right? Concerns about work performance or productivity. This kind of goes back to that clear expectations, especially if we are unable to identify what it is, if there's a lot of blurriness or nobody's really telling us when we're doing something wrong or when we need to improve. One of the things that I, as a leader, am not in support of is, somebody should not find out when they're doing something wrong on their performance evaluation. We should be having these conversations ongoing about performance. And when we can have those conversations transparently and really set some really clear goals and expectations, we can help people get up to speed. But when there's uncertainty around that, that can cause distress in people. The blurring of work-life boundaries. We'll talk about this probably too much today because boundaries is something that is really near and dear to me, especially in library work, in the helping field. It's a really important topic that I think that we're talking about a lot and all of the time. But when we don't have really clear boundaries ourselves for our work-life balance, that can really cause a lot of distress. We might bring personal stuff to work. We definitely bring work home, which can cause us to be in more of a stressed state. Adapting to new or different workspace or schedule or work rules. Change is hard for everybody, me included. I think the more information that we have ahead of time can really alleviate some of the distress that people experience from the change that happens. Change is never going to stop. Unfortunately, we're never going to get to a spot where change is no longer happening. Something's always going to be different. It seems like when we do it unexpectedly, it causes stress and distress. So I feel like, this is definitely something that a lot of staff that I work with feel this often when we don't do really well at communicating. So communication can be really helpful in alleviating some of the stress around the changes that we're inevitably going to experience. Lack of access to tools and equipment needed to perform work safely. I think this one's really important when we think about the training, when we go back to the training piece, and how that positively impacts our well-being. It also causes stress when we don't have the things that we need, or we don't have access to it. So thinking about that and how we might be able to provide access. And then having to learn new or different tasks or take on more responsibilities. I mean, I feel like this is something that I experience all the time, and staff have said to me over and over and over again, I feel like I'm being asked to take on more and more. And that can be really concerning and really difficult for a lot of people, especially if we don't have clear guidelines around what the expectations are. So a lot of that uncertainty really leads to our distress, specifically when we're talking about workplace. There's a whole host of other things that causes distress, like incidents that we might be involved in, and if things are happening in our personal lives and we get in a car accident, like there's so many other things that also cause distress, but these I really wanted to focus on around what at work can cause distress. So what are, in addition to that, what are the things that cause burnout? The sense or the lack of control is something that I think really wears people out. When you don't have the ability to have a say in how your work is done, maybe you don't have any control over your schedule, or you don't have any input into it, at least. Maybe you don't have any input into, your workload or the assignments that you are assigned. All of these things can lead to burnout. In addition to kind of not having what you need, right? So feeling the sense of like, I don't have an autonomy over my work. Other people are assigning it. I don't have a say. I don't get to identify what's important to me and what I enjoy working on. Conflicts with others. Maybe there's somebody in your work environment that, enjoys conflict. Most librarians or library staff that I've worked with avoid conflict at all costs, but sometimes people really thrive in an environment where there's conflict, but that can cause stress for people, and over time it can cause burnout, especially if you're somebody that does not thrive on conflict, and it can create an environment of being unsettled and stress. So thinking about how that shows up for us. Too much or too little. Maybe your job is boring. Maybe you don't actually enjoy what you do, or there's not enough work to keep you busy, or maybe it's overwhelming and there's too much and you can't keep up. Both of these extremes can lead to burnout. Unclear expectations. I feel like we're going to be talking about expectations a lot today. It definitely is something that is repetitive, and we think about all of the ways it shows up. If you are uncertain about what your boss expects from you, I don't know about you, and I actually talk to staff a lot about this when we think about our customers or our patrons in the libraries. When they come in, so many of our customers that come into our branch are already living in this kind of heightened state based on life circumstance, or trauma they've experienced. So they're kind of already up here, and when they come into our environment and they don't know what to expect from us, it just increases the level of anxiety. When that happens, they oftentimes become easier to kind of provoke, or maybe easier to upset. So I am always really talking with our staff about, like, be transparent about what's expected of people when they're in our branches. And I would like to say this to all of the supervisors too, be really clear about what you need from your staff. What is expected, what isn't expected. Because the more we can be transparent about that, then people can make kind of decisions on their own when they have all the information. So lack of support. If you're feeling like you don't have support at work, maybe you feel like you don't have support at home and at work, this is kind of, sets us up for feeling helpless or hopeless. And those are also things that can lead to burnout. Work-life balance, again, I'm going to say it over and over again, is the thing that kind of helps us to keep really clear in our head of what we can and can't do. And we are in a helping profession. And it's one of the things that I love most about libraries is that we are in a helping profession. But it is also the thing that kind of wears on us. So unless we are really aware and recognize that we are in a helping profession, which means that we oftentimes give more that maybe we're able to, or maybe we have to give, that is really trying on us as individuals. And so thinking about how we balance what we are and aren't able to do. So distress and burnout really both of them really show up in us in a lot of different ways. that physically, emotionally, through behavior and mentally, there's impacts. So physically, we might be tired or experiencing headaches. Maybe we get sick a lot and we're not understanding why, because our immune system might be run down. Or maybe you sleep too much, or maybe you can't sleep at all, really that irregularity in sleep. Emotionally, and these are oftentimes things that people cannot see, so they are invisible. So others don't recognize that we are experiencing them. Maybe we have a lot of anxiety or worry or sad or hopelessness. We might have mood swings or an unpredictable mood. And others might see that and might not understand, might be overwhelmed. There might be a sense of fear. Behaviorally, these are things that oftentimes other people can see. So they can see us socially withdrawn, maybe we're crying, maybe we have really unhealthy self-harming behaviors and substance misuse. And just to be really clear, like when I talk about substance misuse, I'm talking about to the level that it causes harm. I think a lot of people use substances recreationally and whatever, and it's not a problem. But if we are using them in a way that is harmful for us, then that's when it becomes an impact that we need to pay attention to. And then mentally, we find ourselves having a hard time concentrating or making decisions. Hypervigilance is something that I see in staff a lot. That is a trauma response. And we start mistrusting, right? We're not sure who we can trust at work. People don't show up for us, so we're uncertain of whether we can really rely on people. So distress and burnout show up in us in a lot of different ways. And it's important for us to be aware of ourselves so that we can see when it's coming up in us, but also pay attention to your colleagues and the staff that you might support, because there will likely be signs and will give us opportunity to check in with people and make sure that they're doing okay. And how can we support them if they're not? So knowing that happens, right? Distress, burnout, all of those things can happen if we're not careful. I wanted to take a look at what we could do in the same way that I wanted to look at well-being kind of on the organizational, employee, and kind of personal level. I wanted to look at what are some of the things that we can do on the organizational level. In this case, as a supervisor to support your staff or employees, and then personally, what can I do? Because ultimately, I really am the only one that's responsible for my self-care or well-being. So what are some things that I can do? So when we think about promoting employee well-being as an organization, I think about really making it important that everybody knows that we support your mental health. And a way that we can do that is allowing people to take sick days for mental health. When I talk about using people's sick time, I think about it might be physical illness, it might be mental illness, it might be emotional illness. Like, I don't need to know what kind of illness that you're taking time off work to care for. Just the fact that you're caring for yourself is important to me. So recognizing that and kind of making that an important thing that employees know is one way that organizations can support employee well-being. Another thing is really kind of encouraging those relationships that I talked about earlier, creating opportunities for staff and employees to connect, encouraging people to, have relationships at work and, appropriately, of course, but really encouraging opportunities for people to connect. We just had an all staff day. And I think it's the first one that we've had since before the pandemic. And it was so amazing to see all of our staff in one space, being able to talk to people that they hadn't seen for a long time, and connect in a way, and really just given a lot of space to do that. I think it really boosted just the morale in the organization as a whole. It was a really, really great day. Making flexible work an option. If you have the ability to allow this, I think that this kind of feeds into that autonomy over work. Like, if I know what my capacity is and I'm flexible around how that gets done, and my supervisor really supports me in that, I feel that there's trust and I feel supported in that. That can promote well-being. Supporting employee development. So looking for ways for professional development or training on job skills, really encouraging them as an individual and recognizing them as an individual, and giving them the opportunities to develop, grow, learn, promote. We see you as a whole human, and we want to support you as a whole human. Support worker autonomy, this kind of goes hand in hand again with that flexibility. Just recognizing that, you know, we hire grown-ups, fully functioning adults is one of the leadership trainings I went to recently stated. And I want to treat you in that way until you give me reason to think that I can't. And then we can work on development if necessary. But really allowing people to have the autonomy over their work is another way that we can create spaces where people feel supported. And then encourage public recognition and praise. This works for a lot of people and it doesn't necessarily work for others. I think that there's a lot of us that are introverts that are like, please do not call my name out in front of a big group of humans. I'd rather you just send me a very nice card or a thank you email. But there are also other people that really appreciate being recognized. So getting to know who your staff are, what they appreciate, what they don't appreciate, is another way that we can create spaces as an organization of well-being and encouraging that. So when I think about supervisors and how we can support well-being, I loved this quote. It says, empathy allows us to aspire to be the leader we want to be, someone who brings out the best in those they lead and rallies them around a shared vision of the future. And I think about, you know, I want to bring my best self, and I want all of the staff that I support to be able to be their best selves, and I want to support them in that. And that's the kind of supervisor that I want to be, right? And one of the things that I can do is be aware. I can just be in tune. I can be curious. I can want to know things about people, right? Recognize when people are overworked or they have too much. Just being somebody that is wanting to make sure that the support is there if people need it. They might be also experiencing things outside of work that they may not share, but being in tune with them to recognize that something's a little bit off and being curious about what, if anything, you might be able to support them. So having an awareness around the people that you support or the people that you work with. Identifying factors are making it hard for workers to get their jobs done. Like, what are the things that are barriers for our staff to do their work? There's a whole host of things that could be barriers. Sometimes I always like to say, at least in my experience, I'm not speaking for anybody else, but in my experience, I find sometimes the libraries that I've worked for create more barriers than we reduce. And I think about that externally towards our customers, but I also think about that internally. Sometimes we make things a little bit hard. And so where in my spheres of influence, where do I have control over removing some of those barriers? And how do I identify those that impact the staff that I support when I can actually make some changes that might make it easier for them? Showing empathy. This is really big for us, I think, especially in our helping field. I also think it's the thing that we take on a lot through this empathy and sometimes can burn us out. So really having the ability to have a good balance is really, really important. But showing empathy to your staff that, you know, they're not alone, that we understand, that we see you, we understand the stress you're experiencing, if you're experiencing it, if you're experiencing anxiety or like whatever it is, that we see you and can sit with you, right? And be with you. I may not be able to fix it, but I can listen and I can show empathy towards you. And then providing access. We think about this internally when we think about training and those kinds of things, or the tools that they need to do their job, but also thinking about resources. You know, how do we provide support to people that are experiencing stress or distress or burnout? Do we have resources within our organization like EAP or any other tools that you might have or resources that you might have within your organization that you can offer to your staff. Know what they are, know how to access them, and then provide them when staff might be needing them. So those are the things that organizations and supervisors can do. And then I really wanted to spend a chunk of time on thinking about the things that we have control over for ourselves. When I said this a little bit earlier, but ultimately I'm the only one responsible for my own well-being. There are things outside of me that have impact that I might not have control over. But how I show up and what I do for myself and how I take care of myself is really solely my responsibility. So I wanted to talk about a couple of the big things that for me are really important, and those are boundaries and self-care. Boundaries are, I'm going to talk in the next couple of slides around professional boundaries and what they look like at work. But our personal boundaries, when I do trainings about boundaries, I talk a lot about personal boundaries and what they look like and how we develop them and what it means when they're not healthy and what the impacts are for us. Because I think one of the things that we do as humans is whatever our personal boundaries are, they come with us to work, right? So we can't just say, oh, those are personal. We don't talk about those here at work because my boundaries come with me to work every single day. So I need to understand that, and I need to have a really clear understanding of where my boundaries are, how they show up for me, and how I can use them to support myself. So I want to talk a little bit about that. And then I want to talk about this kind of word self-care. It can be a hot button for some people. Some people don't like the word. Some people, you know, I've heard recently there's like, I can't self-care my way out of this. I get that, 100% I get that. And it is still really important for us to think about how we care for ourselves. Use whatever word you want. If self-care is not the one that lands well for you. But I think it's still something that we definitely need to spend time on prioritizing that for ourselves. So we'll talk a little bit about strategies for that. So boundaries, professional boundaries, these are the things that we have at work. So they are the kind of guide rails that we put on relationships. Boundaries in general, when you think about a personal boundary, they're the things that I create for myself to protect myself from being harmed. They are the things that identify kind of how I'll respond when somebody violates my boundary. And they can be, you know, they're not rules necessarily, but they're more like expectations for how I will be in relationship with people. So when I think about professional boundaries, these are the boundaries that kind of shape my relationships with all of my professional relationships. So my relationships with my colleagues, with my supervisor, with our customers. So that's where professional boundaries kind of land. Professional boundaries also are the things that really kind of clarify what each of our expectations are. So when I think about my relationship with my supervisor, there are really clear expectations of what her role is and what my role is. There are clear expectations with my colleagues of like where my work stops and where their work begins and stops. There are clear expectations for me as far as how I interact with our customers. So they are the things that kind of provide that clarity. They also are around to help maintain safety. They are the things that boundaries generally are the things that keep us safe physically and emotionally. They are in place to keep our customers safe. And there are some organizational policies that are kind of establish some of our professional boundaries for us. So boundaries in general are personal to us. They're different for each one of us when it comes to personal boundaries. You know, what's a boundary for me might not be a boundary for you emotionally for me or physically. But professional boundaries, sometimes we work for organizations and they say, these are our professional ethics that we all have to abide by. Those would be considered professional boundaries that our organizational policies outline for us. So for example, we have core skills and qualities or leadership competencies. That would be a level of professional boundary. We also have our anti-harassment and workplace violence policies that really outline some expectations of behavior for both us and our customers. So those are some other policies that I would say are that kind of establish those professional boundaries for us. Those aren't things that we do personally. So why are boundaries at work important? They, in general, promote a really healthy workplace. I kind of joke with the staff that I train in my organization that I'm like, could you imagine? They call it Melissa's Utopia, or I call it that. They also call it that. I was like, could you imagine if every single one of us showed up to work every single day with healthy boundaries? And you know, we wouldn't be asked to overextend ourselves. We wouldn't, you know, have to tell somebody that, you know, to not interrupt me. It would just kind of be a known thing. Like there are so many things that would just be smooth if every single one of us showed up with really healthy professional boundaries. So the idea that we could all get there if we all practice healthy professional boundaries is optimistic, but I'm also really excited about the idea of it. It raises our productivity. Oftentimes boundaries are the things that give us the permission to say no so that I can do something different, right? Or I can prioritize my work in a way that is important for the work that I need to get done. So it can raise my productivity and productivity of the work group. It impacts staff morale if I know that my colleagues understand and don't take it personal when I set a boundary. I'm going to feel more comfortable and safe in doing that for myself. And when my colleagues know that I also am not going to be angry or upset if they set a boundary with me, then I am creating a space for them as well to show up in whatever way that they need to. It lowers our work-related stress. This is kind of related to productivity and saying no on all. They're also intertwined because our work-related stress oftentimes comes from, like the previous slide, you know, us having too much. You know, we take on new projects or we take on new work assignments, but we don't actually ask to reprioritize what is important to get done first. We just kind of take it on and then we just kind of get stressed out. Like the simplest way of just like, I have too much. I'm working too many hours to get this work done. So when I'm able to have healthier boundaries and professional boundaries at work, I can actually say, I'm happy to do this. But can you prioritize the work that I already have so that I don't get overloaded? That is something that boundaries gives me permission to do. They help us prevent burnout and promote mental health because again, boundaries really help us to center ourselves and really center the care for myself and making sure that the things that don't work for me, I'm able to kind of set up an expectation. And this one is a little bit more customer focused, so it establishes consistent service expectations. One of the things that I have heard over and over and over again from library staff is customers who come in and say, you're the only one that told me I can do this, or your colleague yesterday did it for me, why won't you do it for me? And what I say to that is oftentimes what's happening, and granted, I know that sometimes our customers are telling us that just to get what they want. I totally appreciate that. And I also know that a lot of our colleagues maybe don't want to set the boundary. So they don't set the boundary. So they've created an unreasonable expectation that everybody is going to provide that level of customer service. And we may not be able to. So when somebody comes in and says, you know, yesterday Bob did it for me, why can't you? Then I'm the bad guy when I say that I'm unable to do something. We make exceptions all the time for our customers. The way that we can do that professionally without throwing our colleagues under the bus is to say, I'm making an exception for you. I'm not always able to do this, and neither are my colleagues, but I can do it for you today. And that's a way that we can both make the exception and set reasonable expectations for when they come in and ask the same thing of our colleague. So what might it look like if I set some professional boundaries? Maybe I wear headphones, and that's my signal that I really need to not be interrupted because I'm focusing on something. Maybe I choose to shake somebody's hand rather than hugging them. Physical boundaries is something that is different for everybody. And I always like to do kind of an exercise to ask who are huggers in the room. So secretly, you can raise your hand if you're a hugger. One of the things that I know about huggers is that they think everybody's a hugger. And not everybody's a hugger. And so when we don't ask people for permission to give them a hug, what we do is we end up putting the responsibility on the non-hugger to say no and feel uncomfortable, or to accept a hug that they actually don't want and makes them feel uncomfortable as well. And what I know is that I don't ever want to create spaces where people are feeling uncomfortable around me. So sometimes we shake hands instead of hugging. We take up the time and the space that we need. And so this might look like blocking off time on your calendar, even though you might not have anything scheduled, to give yourself time to, you know, finish up a meeting and go into the next meeting, or write down the list of things that you need to make sure that you do, or maybe take a walk outside, you know, taking the time that you need, and not just jumping from one to another. Not gossiping about colleagues at work. One of the things that I also like to say all the time is that we are our culture, every single one of us. So if we work in an environment that we have a negative culture, or a, you know, kind of a, call it whatever you want, I always am curious about how we're contributing. So we're either contributing actively by participating in gossip, for example, or we're contributing passively by not stopping somebody from gossiping. So we are all responsible for the culture of our organization. And, you know, I hear a lot of people, you know, complaining about organizational culture. And I'm always curious about, like, I wonder what you're doing to participate in this in some way. So I always like to kind of reflect back, like, when I ever hear that, or I think about that myself, I think, how am I contributing to the culture of my organization? We prioritize our work, you know, or ask for our supervisors to prioritize our work, especially when we're given additional work, that oftentimes is like pressing, right? I need you to do this, and I need you to do it by Friday. Okay, what do you want me to set aside then, would be the question that I would ask, to really be able to be clear and set a priority and a boundary around happy to do it. And I need to know kind of what are the expectations for the other things that I need to do. And then the last thing that we can do for ourselves is talk to our manager about how we prefer to receive feedback. This is one of those proactive things, right? Like coming in, or even coming into a new organization or not, recognizing that sometimes we get feedback in ways that puts us in the defensive, or puts us in a space that we're not able to hear the feedback. So if you can recognize that and identify kind of what works best for you, and just kind of saying, hey, I'm always willing to hear feedback. However, this is how I would prefer it. Maybe I want to get it written before, you know, 30 or 40 minutes before a meeting to talk about it, whatever it might be. Because what I know is when I'm called into a meeting and somebody provides me feedback, oftentimes my instinct is to be defensive. And in reality, they might be right, but I'm still going into defensive mode rather than taking the space to be able to respond appropriately. So how can we set ourselves up for success by setting that boundary ahead of time? So how do we do that? Boundaries are hard. I always like to just say boundaries are hard. People don't like them, FYI. And setting boundaries is a skill. It is not something that we're born with. We have to practice. We have to practice often. We don't do it once and then it comes back inherently. It is something that we absolutely have to be conscious about, and do it intentionally. And this is just some strategies. So be self-reflective. So we all have very different boundaries. What's it, like I said earlier, what's a boundary for you might not be a boundary for me. It's important for me to sit with myself and figure out, is that a boundary? Is it not a boundary? What is my value? What is important to me? And then what actually is the line? When you need to set a boundary, make sure that you're articulating it and being clear about it. I think sometimes people don't often know why, and I'm always like, if you can tell them the why, I think it's great. But you need to actually identify the boundary when you need to set one. Be really specific about what you're willing to do and what you're not willing to do. If you're setting a limit, be really clear about what that is, and be flexible and recognize that our boundaries change all the time. It's not like, oh, this is my boundary today. I am a hugger today and I'm not a hugger tomorrow, or I'm never a hugger, but then actually, 10 years from now, I might become a hugger. I don't know. Our boundaries change all of the time, and we have to be open to that, and we have to be flexible and understand that our scenarios, our environments, our history changes our boundaries and impacts and influences our boundaries all the time. Communicate assertively. I saw this or read this years ago that said assertive is standing up for yourself and being aggressive is being against something else. And I thought that was a really clear distinction, and how we can kind of articulate the difference from being assertive and being aggressive. So always try and be assertive and be really clear and direct is really important. Follow through on your consequences. So what's really important to know about boundaries, which sometimes we struggle with understanding, is, for example, we have a lot of rules. We have rules in our libraries, like you have to follow this rule or you got to go. Those are clear rules. Those are like, you have to follow this expectation or the consequence is going to be that you got to go. And in that, we also need to follow through. The difference between rules and boundaries are when somebody violates my boundary, I do something different. When the customer violates the rule, they have to do something. Oftentimes it's go. When somebody violates my boundaries, it means I do something different. So if somebody violated my boundary in the sense of, I had an example one time, person in one of the classes that I was teaching is like, I have a neighbor that comes over, knocks on my door, interrupts dinner. I've asked her to text before she comes over every time. She never does. She just walks over and knocks on the door. It's always in a really inconvenient time, right? So she set the boundary and she said, I'm happy for you to come over. I need you to text first. And then we can plan that. And when she doesn't, the recommendation I said is don't answer the door. And you just have to be willing to follow through with that, because what happens is you set the boundary, the neighbor comes over and knocks on the door and you continue to open the door, the neighbor's not going to ever do anything different. So we have to be able to follow through with what our consequence is that we've identified of how we're going to do something different. And then practice self-compassion. Boundaries are hard. People don't like them. Sometimes our relationships change when we set boundaries. And so we have to be really aware that that might happen. All right. How do we maintain healthy professional boundaries? It's important for us to be aware of our interactions, why we are doing something, especially when we're engaging with customers and we might be making exceptions or we do something that we normally wouldn't do. Just know, why are we doing it? What's our motivation behind it? Can I articulate it to somebody when they ask, wow, Melissa, you never did that for me. How come you did that for my peer? I really should know why I was able to do that for somebody, but not the other person. And I should be able to articulate that. Be really clear about identifying what your job responsibilities are. So sometimes everybody thinks that everybody's librarians in the branch. So that's something, right? It's kind of a running joke now, but if you can't do something, just be really clear about what you can and can't do as your job. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm not able to do that. I can find somebody that can, or I can help you in this way. Just be really clear about what you can and can't do. Make sure that you're not sharing your personal information with our customers or our patrons. We get to know our patrons a lot, really closely over the years. They are regulars in small communities. They are oftentimes our neighbors. I get it, 100%. Being able to delineate the professional relationship from the friend relationship is really important. Our friends that come into the branch are our friends, but we are in a different role. So that might look different when they come in. Just being able to be really clear about that. And then for this one, we get to know people over time, and it might seem really natural to want to give them your cell phone number or meet them for coffee. I'm not saying that you can't do it. I just think we need to be really, really careful when we cross that line into personal relationship with people. Even our colleagues, you know, I've got a lot of colleagues that have been working together for a lot of years. In fact, when I was at my previous system, one of our supervisors had been in the same branch for a number of years, promoted up, which was amazing. However, when she was at a certain level, she was making friends with all of her colleagues, which was great, but then she became their supervisor, which became a challenge. And one of the things I, you know, like to say is like, I'm friendly with the people that I work with, but I'm not friends with them. And so trying to figure out that balance, and how that works out for you. Not saying people become friends and do it successfully all of the time. But it can be tricky and cannot end well. And I think we have to be prepared for that. So seek and maintain healthy relationships and experiences outside of work. This one's pretty self-explanatory. When we are getting all of our needs met outside of work, we're not looking for them at work through our colleagues or our customers. And so we're able to, you know, have our social life outside of work, and then come to work in that professional role. Develop your communication skills. One of the things about boundaries that is really, really important is that it is really all about communication and getting really clear on how you communicate. So if that's an area that you struggle with, you know, seek out training, seek out ways that you might be able to build that skill, because it is really an important skill to have when you are communicating boundaries. Make sure that you're taking your time off, whether it's your PTO for vacation or your PTO for mental health, whatever it is, make sure that you're using that. And then practice saying no, because no is a boundary and no is a complete sentence, and no is an okay answer when something really goes up against one of your boundaries. I say this with a caveat of recognizing that when we are at work and our supervisors or our executive director asks us to do something, sometimes no isn't an appropriate answer, and I get that. But when we're talking about our boundaries and we're talking about things that might go against what is okay with us, no is a fine answer. So let's talk about caring for ourselves. And I'm looking at the time, so I'm aware that we've got some time left and making sure that we leave space for some questions. I think this will go pretty quickly, so we'll have that time. So as an organization, how do we create a culture of care? And I love the language around creating a culture of care because it identifies all of our people as people, and that we are complex and that we bring different layers and that we all have stuff going on outside of work as well as inside of work, and just recognizing that we spend about 1/3 of our time at work. I think I saw somewhere the data said like 90,000 hours or something like that we spend at work in our life. Or yeah, I think it was that, maybe a year. Nope, I don't know. That was a number, I'm going to go look it up, but it was a number that was significant of like 1/3 of our lives basically we spend in the work environment. And so yeah, how do we care for people in the work environment? So as an organization, really fostering transparency. I think I've had so many conversations with staff over the course of the last month or so around transparency and how it the lack of transparency can really breed mistrust and a culture, an environment that people don't feel safe. And so if we're trying to create a culture of care and caring, really fostering that transparency when we can. Provide meaningful work. Sometimes our work is boring and that's just part of our job, but when we can provide meaningful work for people, identify and understand what's meaningful to people. It's different for everybody. Where can we put you on a project that's really impactful for you? How can I get you, how can I hear your voice? That's really an important voice at the table in places that are meaningful for you. So where do we as an organization and as leaders do that? Offer well-being and mental health programs. So thinking about organizationally, do you have a wellness committee? Do you have programs that your staff can participate in to promote mental health? All of these things can organizationally be offered and organized. Fostering regular communication is kind of the same thing with transparency, you know, really encouraging communication through staff and supervisors and communicating from the system out and keeping everybody at all levels really involved with information that is important for them in the work that they do. Creating an empathic culture. It goes back to how as you as a supervisor support wellness and being showing empathy, right? You can do that as an organizational level. How do you incorporate that into all levels of leadership, where we are thinking about humans as humans and acknowledging trauma and recognizing impact, and having that all be okay, right? Know what motivates your staff, understanding what's important to them, understanding what values they bring, and satisfaction in, you know, your workplace is motivation, right? It's like, are we motivated to do the work that we do? And how as an organization can we create those opportunities to motivate our colleagues? And then be compassionate. You know, we all make mistakes. Mistakes are okay. If we are working in a culture of learning and caring, people should not be afraid to make mistakes. We should not have people that fear having a conversation with their supervisor, right? Like, how do we take that fear out of the relationships that we have at work? So what are some things that you can do as a supervisor? Those are some things as an organization. I think about as a supervisor, I can foster good habits. I had a colleague that anytime we met, we always met in walking meetings. It was the best thing that she instilled in me. I haven't been able to do it all the time, but walking meetings are amazing. Encouraging people to create boundaries where it's like, I always applaud people when they tell me that they don't have their work email on their cell phone. I love it. I applaud them. I celebrate it because so many of us think that we have to be connected all of the time, and we don't. Encourage people taking their lunches. I am guilty of eating at my desk all of the time. So I am not practicing what I preach, which is the very last thing. So I can't expect other people to not do it if I'm not going to do it. So really looking at what you do, foster your own good habits, and then encourage others to do the same. Respecting people's time, you know, putting some pauses in your workday, giving permission for other people to put pauses in their workday. Set communication time boundaries. Time boundaries are my favorite type of boundary, which is all around how we spend our time, who we spend it with, what we choose to do with our time, and how we honor and prioritize our time and other people's time. So recognizing that when I go over a meeting, I am really disrespecting the other person's time boundary and saying your time is not valuable. So really being intentional about respecting people's time. And allowing for that flexibility, again, is really, really important. Practicing mindfulness, gratitude goes a long way, internally, externally, all of the ways. So we hear it over and over again, you know, where's your gratitude journal? And I don't necessarily need that, but showing gratitude where it's deserved and how I see it and experience it is really important. Supporting employees in their mindfulness. Mindfulness has been such a game changer for me. It allows me to pause and be present. It allows me to not react, but respond, because I can slow down and think about what's actually happening in the moment. So the more we're able to practice mindfulness and really encourage that will be really valuable for you and your staff. And then check in and do a wellness check. It doesn't always have to be a tick off the list of things to do, but really just a how are you? How are you doing? And supporting staff through just being able to check in with them. Self-care looks differently for everybody. I love the quote at the bottom. It says, almost everything will work again if you unplug it for a few minutes, including you. It's just one way that we can care for ourselves, is kind of checking out. But there are lots of different aspects of self-care, mentally or emotionally, spiritually, socially. There are all kinds of ways that we can do things that allow us to really prioritize our care for ourselves, which will allow us the space in our brain to really show up for other people when we need to. And and be able to set boundaries. So you'll see it under emotional, setting boundaries is one of the things that we can do for our self-care, which I love. I'm not going to read these all to you. I will also share the slides so that you can go back and read these. Another thing that we can do for ourselves is to be proactive and kind of establish what a personal wellness plan might look like for us. This is an example of one that I shared at my previous organization for staff to fill out as appropriate. Just recognizing that, thinking about how stress impacts me, or maybe what causes me to be stressed out, what it looks like for me when I am stressed out, and then proactively thinking about things about what might be a really good strategy when I get to that state. How do I care for myself? And thinking about it proactively can really set us up for success when we're in that moment of like, oh, this is happening, and I'm going to do the thing that I told myself I was going to do. And just getting us to think about it in a way that prioritizes our care is another way to go about being mindful about how we care for ourselves. And these are just some really simple things that we can do at work to care for ourselves. Make sure that you're taking your breaks and your lunches, not working through them, not eating at your desk. I'm listening to myself, and I'm continually telling myself to do these things. Create a supportive and comfortable workspace. So what does your workspace look like? I know a lot of us share workspaces. So whoever you share it with, if it's 1 or 2 people, maybe asking them if you could add something that makes your workspace a little bit more comfortable for you. If those of us that have offices, maybe it's lighting, maybe it's, color, whatever it is that brings comfort to you for your workspace. Doing some movement, and it could be as easy as taking a walk on a break. We have a little walking path right outside of our gate that I think has been made by the staff because they all walk around. It wasn't built or anything. And so I see a lot of people doing that, walking laps, but also stretches at your desk. Desk exercise is also another way that we can create movement in our day. A lot of people have walking pads underneath their desks. Making sure that you're eating well and stay hydrated. Eating well is different for everybody. So it doesn't mean 3 meals a day for everybody. It doesn't mean green or whatever eating well looks like for you, do that. But hydration is really, really important. Communicate with managers and colleagues, if you need support, if you need care, if you need time, whatever it is, your people and your colleagues are there to help you and support you. So make sure that you're communicating. And then practice a transition ritual. I don't know if I like the word ritual, but when we transition from one meeting to the next, when we transition from home to work, when we transition from lunch back to work again, like, what does that look like? And how do we create space for us to actually shift our mind and our body and our energy into something new and different? That is a way that we can kind of create space for wellness at work, is like being very intentional to say, I just took my 30 or 60-minute lunch. I'm coming back. These are the things that I'm going to do. I'm going to make sure that my water's filled up and that my blah, blah, blah is done, and then I'm going to step into work. So what does that practice look like for you in transition? And lastly, I just wanted to show the one on the left, Self-Care at Work, is a poster that I found. I think it's from South Dakota, which I thought was a really great poster that is likely in a lot of their back rooms and stuff. They have a great website that articulates self-care at work, which I read through, and it gave a lot of really great practical skills. And I loved that they made it available for people to print out and put up. So how do you support that in your workplace? Have those reminders kind of in places that staff can see it. And the one on the right is one that me and my colleague created when I was at KCLS, of ways to support staff caring for themselves at work. This was kind of a project that we took on, recognizing that we had a lot of staff that were feeling burned out, and what could we as an organization do? And so we created these signs to go in our break rooms to remind people of what it looks like to actually care for yourself at work. And kind of restore your energy, which ultimately what that does is give them permission to do that. Because I think a lot of people will do it, but they just don't think that they can do it. So if as an organization we're supporting it by hanging it up saying, here are things that you can do. I think it's a way to give permission to people to care for themselves. And we made it to the end. So I wanted to provide some space. It looks like we've got about 6 or 7 minutes or so. If anybody has any questions or comments or wonderings, I didn't see any in the chat as we went through, but I am available. Yes, I can send the slides. I'll put them into PDF form and I'll send them along and I'll share them with you all. A wellness check-in. Sarah asked about if I could describe a wellness check-in. For me, oftentimes, our one-on-ones, you know, when we check in with our staff and we're like always going through the like, what did you bring for me today? And here's my list that I have for you. For me, wellness checks are, we don't even talk about that, or we don't talk about it until like the last 10 minutes of the check-in, but more it's about how are you doing? How's life, right? You don't necessarily want to go into personal, tell me all the details, but wondering, is there anything that you're struggling with? Can I support you with anything? What's going really well? What are things that are top of mind for you that you really need support on? Sometimes it's just asking and then sitting. You know, we can't fix things for people, but we can be a space that people feel comfortable sharing or feel comfortable being vulnerable. Vulnerability oftentimes is seen as a weakness. And to me, I think that it's a strength, but people don't feel like that a lot. So just being available and providing space, holding space for people to have feelings. But really it's about putting the work aside and really actually being curious about how the human is doing as a person, not as a employee or, you know, a desk or anything like that. Yeah, thank you for asking. What else comes to mind, if anything? When I was thinking about, just FYI, because I'll fill space for you. When I was thinking about presenting, when I was asked to do this, well-being and boundaries and care for self is something that is just, I value very much. But I haven't ever put it into like an organized thought. It's kind of like learning about being trauma informed. When you start to put those practices into place over time, it just you internalize it. It just becomes kind of who you are and how you speak and language that you use. So I very much appreciate the opportunity to put some of these thoughts into like concrete things, because it helped me to really frame out the way that I thought about well-being, especially professional well-being. And I love that that's the topic of your day today, and that New Mexico is really prioritizing that and understanding the value of that. So thank you for engaging with that. Any other questions? All right. Well, I will hang tight for a few minutes. I know that it technically ends in 3 or so minutes, but I'll hang tight if anybody has a question. And I thank you all for participating and showing up today.
Thank you very much, Melissa. We appreciate you coming to join us today for a very helpful and informative session.
Thank you.
And also encouraging.
Yeah, we got this. We got this. This is my email. I do some consulting and training on the side, which is how I'm here today. But if anybody has any follow-up questions or curious about information, I am happy to engage in email conversation with you around support or anything like that. So please don't hesitate to reach out.
Thanks again.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to the rest of the participants, we do have one more session left. If you'd like to stick around until 2:30 and attend that session as well. It is about mentoring for our professional wellness. So
everyone, but that's in order to figure out the technical difficulties I'm about to have. My name is Julia Kelso. I'm a member of this committee, and I would like to introduce Jonna Paden, who's going to share to us the process of going from mentee to mentor as part of professional health and wellness and professional development. At the start of her archives and librarian career, Jonna C. Paden had valuable mentor relationships that helped provide insight, advice, and support as she started on her new journey as an information professional. A dozen years later, she is a mentor to students in the Bridging Knowledge MLIS program at San Jose University. In this session, she will talk about being on both sides of this mentor-mentee relationship. Jonna is the archivist and librarian at the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center. She holds an MLIS from San Jose State University and a BUS from the University of New Mexico. She is the vice president-elect for the American Indian Library Association and co-director of the MLIS Bridging Knowledge Program at San Jose State University. Jonna is an enrolled member of the Pueblo of Acoma. She's also served for several years as the chair of the Native American Library Special Interest Group with NMLA, which she handed over last year. She did an admirable job there of organizing, supporting, and bringing forward the activities, amazing work, and concerns of New Mexico's tribal librarians, and served as a great mentor to many of them, I am sure. And now let's see if I can get the screen shared properly. Okay, let's see what this does. There we go. All right, can everybody, nope, everyone can you see that? Or can you not see that?
Yes, can see it.
Okay. Let me mute myself here.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Julia, for that introduction. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for attending my session on Mentee to Mentor. She gave a great introduction to me, so I have none to give. So I will start by saying I consider myself fairly new to the area of archives and libraries, as I've only been in the field since 2011, with a few years where I worked in related fields. I was part of the Circle of Learning cohort at San Jose State for my grad program. Mentorship was one benefit offered. I was paired with a librarian from the University of New Mexico. It was so helpful to have a warm, friendly person who understood what I was going through as a Native student, as an older student, and as a first-generation grad school student. I knew that I wanted to be a mentor for others, even if I wasn't confident that I had the so-called expertise, quote unquote. Expertise, quote unquote, is subjective and certainly not the only qualification for becoming a mentor. Next slide, please. So what is mentoring? Mentoring is a relationship between two people with the goal of professional and personal development. A mentor relationship exists between one individual in need of developmental guidance and another individual who is both capable and willing to provide that guidance. There are intentional and unintentional mentors. So intentional mentors seek out opportunities to help others grow. Unintentional mentors happen when there isn't a formal request, such as when you meet someone who has the expertise or skills you seek, and you click because they are welcoming, understanding, and supportive, and a professional relationship develops. Unintentional mentoring also happens when you see how someone advises or leads by example, and you learn from that. That person never knows they have been your example and maybe never even sees the results of their unintentional mentoring. Throughout my professional life, I have had both intentional and unintentional mentors. Anyone can be your mentor, a parent, a relative, a teacher or a student, a coworker, a colleague, or a boss. The basis of mentoring is seeing the skills in someone else that you wish to have for yourself. Mentors can help you see what you might not see in yourself and help you understand yourself. They can help you find the right tools to make the right decisions. You might not know you already possess these tools, but just don't know how to use them. Next slide, please. What is a mentor? There are many definitions that I found, and I like this one. A mentor is an individual with expertise who can help develop the career of a mentee. They provide advice which can help enhance the mentee's professional performance and development. They can also be role models and a support system. Typically, mentors are older than the mentee, and one reason why I put the with expertise in parentheses. As I mentioned, expertise can be subjective, and expertise as knowledge is also perspective. I signed up to be a mentor for the Bridge in Knowledge program, though I didn't feel I have expertise. But I've come to learn that having expertise as knowledge can be your experiences as a BIPOC student or a BIPOC archivist and librarian. It can be how to navigate and get the most out of a conference attendance, or how to give presentations, do research, and so on. Sometimes it's just listening and being there as your mentee talks about the difficulties they're experiencing while working and going to school. Maybe your advice is to remind them that it's okay to take a break, or have a chat with their instructor or boss to ask for additional time on a project. A mentor helps mentees succeed in work, school, and other areas. Next slide, please. So here's some characteristics of a mentor. This list and information comes from the Indeed Career Guide. This could also be read as the benefits you get from being a mentee. So, as a good listener, mentors are patient, present, and carefully listen to a mentee's concerns and questions. Listening helps a mentor share information and appropriate advice. When a mentee knows that the mentor is present and listening, they willingly open up and talk. Being non-judgmental means offering a psychologically safe space for a mentee to ask questions and ask for advice. A mentor provides a place for a mentee to be seen and heard. This connection can boost both the mentor and mentee's mood and emotional health, and reduce stress and emotions. Constructive feedback helps a mentee navigate work, an organization, or issues that they face. Analysis and critique are a necessary part of the learning progress. It highlights areas that can be improved. A mentor can develop criticism in an understanding and supportive manner. Respectful. You know that respectful people will respect you, treat you appropriately, and value you. Wonderful mentors are respectful of you. Mentors should also take on their role enthusiastically. Certainly, a mentee wants a mentor who is positive, optimistic, and passionate about their work. Taking a personal interest in a mentee means learning about who the mentee is as a person. Where do they come from? What is their family situation? What are their hobbies? Knowing this helps a mentor understand a mentee's thinking, passions, career goals, and more. This also helps a mentor provide impactful advice and be a more effective teacher. Next slide, please. These are some advantages to being a mentor. Personal satisfaction at helping to develop the next generation of leaders. Being a mentor in a good way is to help those starting out get a step or two up the ladder. Being a mentor can also rejuvenate your own career development. I certainly feel energized when I know I've done good by helping a mentee see or understand a different perspective, or when I learn from them. Likewise, I feel re-energized when I'm amongst those who understand my work and have a passion for the work that they do. The next two are related because generally mentee and mentor relationships typically happen between a younger and an older individual. Mentors can learn about new technologies, the latest issues and methods or perspectives. In the information world, things are ever evolving, particularly in regard to digital initiatives. The current Bridging Knowledge cohort are getting a certificate in digital assets, which I did not. They have a better understanding of newer technology, processes, and perspectives for handling digitized material. Perhaps a better solution comes from blending the knowledge of the older and the new. Aside from an age difference, perhaps you and your mentee come from different areas of librarianship, which can expose you to a range of knowledge and understanding that can come in handy. Mentoring also helps build leadership skills by helping you develop your ability to motivate and encourage others, which in turn helps you become a better leader, manager, employee, and team member. Mentoring sessions can help improve your communication skills. Participating in one-on-one exchanges can make you a better listener and help you articulate your thoughts more clearly. Next slide, please. These are but a few advantages for the mentee. Foremost, a psychologically safe, non-judgmental space to ask questions, ask for advice, share emotions and situations, and even vent. Respectful mentors can help you build your confidence and self-esteem, as well as be a model of treatment of others, especially for those difficult situations. A mentor becomes a trusted ally and part of your support system. Mentors can help mentees identify strengths and provide advice on how to improve weaknesses, which can lead to grade improvement, higher performance evaluation, promotions, raises, and faster career progress. Mentors can advise on how to navigate work issues as well as provide suggestions on how to balance work and/or school with your personal life. Guidance can help increase motivation and self-confidence. Lastly, mentors can help you expand your professional network to people in your and related fields, as well as introduce you to conferences. That has surely helped me get to know people, but also have them get to know me and where I work and what I do. That's one of my strengths as a mentor. I love connecting people. A mentor has had me attend other conferences like the New Mexico History Conference, which is happening right now. As a Pueblo member, I think it is important to hear what research is done by non-Native researchers, but also to support Native researchers. The best mentee-mentor relationships are not one-sided. It's a two-way conversation in which you exchange ideas, questions, and concerns. Both parties should have a desire to learn from each other. Next slide, please. Okay, that slide didn't change. There we go. Oh, not that one. Next one.
Sorry, my mouse locked up. Let me see if I can get this to. Okay, there we go.
Next one. There we go. That's the one. Okay, so many articles give advice on how to start a mentor-mentee relationship, from setting goals to drafting an agreement that outlines the roles, responsibilities, and expectations. That is optional, though it might be required in a workplace mentorship program. There are plenty of templates and guidelines online. I like things relaxed and easygoing. I don't think I've ever set specific goals with mentors or my mentees other than a commitment to meet regularly as time allows, to be present and supportive, and to have open communication. My unintentional mentors have seen me work. They know my abilities and enthusiasm and willingly guide me to knowledge and people. My intentional mentors ask how I'm doing, ask if I have any questions or issues that I'm dealing with, and patiently listen to me answer as well as they've written recommendation for letters for me when I've asked. Mentorships can become friendships, with the mentor cheering you on and your accomplishments and taking pride in who you are becoming. I've had one mentor say how wonderful it is that I've become her colleague. Both the mentor and mentee should decide on preferred ways of communication, how often, and whether it's online or in person if you're in the same city or workplace. In today's busy world, it can be hard to have monthly meetings, so agree on a general time for meetings. You can state that if a mentee needs to talk as soon as possible, that can be arranged. Mentees should come to meetings on time and be willing to engage. As with building any relationship, it can seem time-consuming and worrisome as you wonder, how do I start this? It's a conversation. In the initial getting to know one another, both the mentor and mentee should be open about what they might want from the mentoring relationship, with the mentor stating what they can provide, even if it's just a "I'm here for you" statement. Maybe the mentee wants to focus on specific areas like learning time management skills, doing presentations and public speaking, or growing leadership skills. If a specificity is outside of the mentor's wheelhouse, they can take the journey together to find answers and information. Or maybe the mentor refers the mentee to a colleague who is willing to share that information. Okay, next slide. This is a list of resources I used for this presentation. So in conclusion, you don't have to have been in your career long or have expertise. Mentoring is a personal investment in people through sharing your time and knowledge, being a good listener, and having an open, understanding, and welcoming attitude. But it's also an investment in yourself, for you will also grow and learn. Last slide, please. So thank you for attending my session. I hope I've demystified the mentor-mentee process a bit. I encourage you all to become a mentor or be a mentee. So there's plenty of time left. If you have any questions, I'd love to have a conversation. Or comments.
Well, I have to say, I'm finding myself really jealous because I got into librarianship about the same time you did. And I started out as a director and didn't have any mentors. And so I feel like you've probably got a lot of good knowledge that I, things I'm either screwing up or had to learn on my own. So I think this is a great thing. I'm remembering a program at NMLA a few years ago where she was talking about BIPOC librarians, and we were talking about mentor programs, and it seemed like there's really, I think there's room for mentors for everybody, but I think there's so much open possibility for something like this, and I would love it if it would be something we could get, organized formally. I think that would be a terrific option. But yeah, no,
Yeah,
thank you.
I totally agree. I think that, there's so many different areas too in librarianship. So my mentor was an academic librarian, so I learned that process, otherwise there wouldn't have been a way for me to know that with what I do. So I don't always ask a lot of questions, but I do a lot of observation. So anywhere I go to other libraries and meet other librarians, that's what I do a lot of observation.
That's probably really a good technique, is observing without talking.
Right.
And then if we're looking at the chat, I'm seeing someone, Virginia, saying that my career wouldn't be what it is were it not for my mentor. She encouraged me to attend conferences and publish a network. So, and Susan Sheldon has said, thank you for, great to have this topic available to us. So, and Susan, well, I guess Susan's kind of been a little bit of a mentor for me because she was the director here way back when, and I have gone to her for advice. So there we go.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you all for attending. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you for sharing.
You bet.
Do you have any links to mentorship tools that you could offer up or anything like that? I mean, it doesn't have to be right now, but if you think of them later.
Yeah.
Because this will be on YouTube, and we'll be sharing things. So if you had some links to some of those tools or programs or options, that would be great.
Yeah, I can do that. I have some of the stuff that I've used for this presentation. I would love to know where they're coming from. If you could put that in the chat, that'd be wonderful. Oh, excellent. All the way from South Dakota and Arizona. Wonderful. Knowledge River K9.
I think she's gone, but we had someone here from Canada this morning, a tribal librarian, actually. I'm not seeing her on the list anymore. But,
Oh, excellent.
yeah.
Well, I thought my presentation was going to be a little longer, but I guess I wrapped it up in 20 minutes. Usually I can talk for a while, so.
Well, I could have had more technical difficulties if I. Okay, so here's another comment on mentoring in the chat.
Susan, yeah, my first supervisor after library school was so supportive and encouraging, considered her a mentor. Yeah, sometimes we don't know that they're mentors. I don't. So here at the Cultural Center, we've done an oral history project for Pueblo women, and a lot of them spoke about their mentors, and which made me think back to when I was younger, who could have been and was my mentor, because maybe I didn't understand it in that sense. So that was a, eye-opening for me. Okay, Sarah, can you tell us more about your personal experiences as a mentor. Anything meaningful that comes to mind, maybe a challenging mentor-mentee relationship. So let me see, formally as a mentor, because maybe I've been an unintentional mentor to some people. But I've done it, as I mentioned, through the Bridging Knowledge program. I have 3 people there who are my mentees. I was matched intentionally with one, and the other 2, one asked for me, and the third, I guess was kind of an intentional mentorship. She came into the program later, and so I offered to become her mentor. And with those 3, it's just really relaxed. You know, as I said, I feel I don't have a whole lot of experience to be able to feel like I'm a mentor, but we talk, we ask, you know, they ask questions. Sometimes it's just where they just want to know my opinion about where they should go in their career, you know, what is the best step for them to take. And it's just a person-to-person relationship where you know, think, well, if it were me, this is what I would do, or here's what I feel given what you're telling me and what I know, and the decision that it would lead me to do. You know, how comfortable do I feel making, you know, decision A versus decision B? So that becomes a conversation. And one of them just, I guess, just really likes what I do in my work, you know, in a sense admires what I've done and how I've worked things and the processes I've done, the procedures I've come up with, and the positivity, because I'm an optimistic person, you know. And I don't think I've really had a challenging relationship. They've all really been good. My boss was my unintentional, in a sense, mentor, because we didn't sit down and say, hey, we're going to do this mentorship. I think, as I said in my presentation, she saw how I worked and what I did and my skills and abilities, and would give me things. Like she just kind of signed me up for a presentation once, you know, and I don't feel I'm the best kind of presenter, you know. I'm not very comfortable talking without notes and kind of thing. And she just kind of threw me into that. And I think because she knew that I can present information fairly well. So, you know, they can challenge you and take you outside of your comfort zone sometimes, which is good, which has been good for me. What else can I say about my mentor-mentee relationship? I enjoy it. I love, I guess, seeing in them what she sees in me, that them becoming your colleagues and learning to take those steps with confidence, knowing that even if it doesn't work out for how they think it will, they'll still be okay. I mean, that's why you're there, is to help them, cheer them on and say, you know, yeah, that didn't work out, but, and then, you know, say what, you know, is the positive about that situation. So yes, I totally agree that all of us need that. And then not just in your professional life, that can be in your personal life, you know. I mean, everything from raising kids to, I don't know what else there is that can be tough in its own way, dealing with your parents getting older, that, you can find people and relationships that can help you through any of life's situations. And so it's just, I think one of the best things that I saw was in watching how my boss handled certain situations and understanding that, giving me ideas of how I could handle negative situations, like, maybe you have to let a volunteer go, or maybe what other kind of negative situations? Trying to figure out how to get an intern, a younger intern, to concentrate on their work and leave their personal life at home. So how is it that you handle those situations? And I saw that. I saw how she handled it, and she did it very, she did it respectfully, and it was great for me to see that model and to know that, well, sometimes you do have to look for that answer on how to handle these things, but they can be done. So thank you for that question. I think one of the things that maybe is a negative is that some people are afraid to be a mentor or to be a mentee. And there shouldn't be any negativity associated with that. I guess I would be was hesitant to ask some people to be my mentor, and that's how they became my unintentional mentors, because I didn't quite ever ask them, but I like what they did. I saw how they were as a person, how they handled themselves professionally. And, when you feel that comfort between you and another person, then a relationship comes easy, and you feel more comfortable being able to say, well, hey, how did you handle this? Or I think I was doing my first presentation at ATALM, the Association of Tribal Archives, Libraries, and Museums conference, as a student. And as a student, I was talking about subject headings, Library of Congress subject headings, and how inappropriate and inaccurate they are. And I was nervous, thinking, well, there's going to be so many other kinds of librarians here that know much more than me, that, what can I teach them? And he was like, I don't remember his exact answer, but he was like, oh, well, everybody's got to learn or wants to learn or has something new to learn or something to that effect. Yeah, don't worry about that. You're going to do great. And so I did the presentation, as a student. And of course, there were other students in that session. And so it was just so awesome for me as I'm presenting, and my slides are up on the screen, and, all of a sudden these heads bow down and everybody starts madly scribbling. And I was like, oh, wow. Yeah, I guess they do have something to teach, because nobody can know everything. So, and I at presentations like this, I get reminded of things that, I may or may not have, or don't remember, from library school and whatnot. So, yeah, we're all always, when people are open to learning, you're always going to find somebody who's going to be there to learn and to learn from you. So, yeah. And so I see Sarah says, thank you for sharing. I'm happy to know the Bridging Knowledge program exists. Yes, I was excited to get to be part of that program. And so there's very few, of course, there's Knowledge River with University of Arizona. And so this one, though, is specifically centered toward American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiians. So that's so great to increase the amount of librarians in the profession. and I'm so wonderful, glad to be part of that. I mean, they're just amazing students too. They're, there's a couple that just, at least that I know of, because everybody's so busy. I know a lot of them work full time and go to school, so they don't always get to share, and I don't always get to see them at conferences. But there's a couple that regularly make these conferences, and they're just amazing, the work they do, and where they're going with digital assets. And yeah, it's I learned from them because I didn't do digital assets in my program. And gosh, it seems such a long time ago too, how 10 years can really make a difference when it comes to technology. So anyway, here I am going on and on. So does anybody else have any questions or whatnot?
Yeah, I had one, but typical to the way things are going for me today, I sent it to Ellen. Are your mentees, because it's like you said, it's a new era and some things seem like such a long time ago, are they dealing with the social issues, unhoused persons, people going doing drugs in the library, people, the book ban stuff? Are they dealing with that, and how do you support it if they are? I mean, I'm not saying you have to have a be all and end all of knowledge, but I'm curious.
Yeah, I think the ones that I know, not so much, because they're like me, they're in a special library setting. So they don't, I think those issues come more with public libraries. And so we don't deal so much with any of the book banning or having homeless people and whatnot. No, theirs is more about how to handle indigenous materials within a social space, a public space, and what's private and what's not, and labeling and permissions and accessibility and that sort of thing. And so that's something I know a little bit more about, since the Cultural Center is a special library. We're certainly open to the public, so anyone can come in, but we don't, of course, being in the basement, we don't see a lot of people. But we don't deal with, we don't have those sort of issues that come to us too much.
The labeling and the what's private and what can be given out at any given time of year, it's a whole different level of issues, and they probably so there's probably still a lot of conflict resolution that has to happen, because people who don't understand why they can't have what they want when they want it, or at all. So that's a whole area I never thought about until I got to New Mexico. It wasn't an issue of librarianship that I was really aware of. So I had something else I wanted to say about this whole mentor experience, but it was positive, but it's now not in my head anymore. So, but I've really enjoyed this presentation. I think I've learned a lot from this. I think you've got a lot of great information and a lot of great experience. So thank you so much for doing this.
Oh yeah, you're welcome. I'm so glad to be here. It's like crickets now. I'm trying to think of other things I might be able to talk about with mentors and mentees.
Well, if not, I mean, as much as I'm enjoying this, and I suspect other people are, I also have the feeling that people aren't going to object to going home early or
Right. Yeah.
But if I'm going to give this, like, last call for questions and or comments or suggestions, and if not, thank you so much, Jonna, for coming, for sharing. Yeah, if you can provide any links, we definitely appreciate it. And thank you to everyone who attended this program. Thanks so much to Ellen for oh, Bridget has her hand up. Okay.
I was clapping.
Okay. All right. Anyway. All right. Okay. But thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. And thank you for, I want to say we had a lot of support with this. We had support from NMLA. We had support from, various people, and, Ellen and Bridget and Rachel did a great job organizing. So I want to say thank you to everyone for that. And we appreciate everyone for coming and for sticking with us. And thank you so much, Jonna.
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you to NMLA too as well. All right, you all have a wonderful Friday, rest of the Friday, and a good weekend.
You too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, do we need to do anything else, or can we just end the
Yeah, and the recording.
oh, there we go. There's the button.